Good morning, everybody. We are live. Dedham, Massachusetts. We have a couple of newbies today. Heather's here from Alabama. And I think Jen was from Mississippi. I will see if they want to come over and say hello. Good morning, Neil T. Hey now. Guys, make some room. Sidewalk. There's the police dog, the bomb dog. Good morning, Robin G. Talk time. Good morning. Dina. Hello. Hey now. Good morning, Dina. Miss you. Sassy bartender. Good morning, Kelly Eager. Kelly Eggleston. Good morning to you. Happy Friday. Kathy Beans. Morning from Wyoming. Riviera, 1973. Good morning. Kathy Beans. Good morning. Yes. Justice for John and Karen. Good morning, Joan. Peter Murphy. Good morning, buddy. Dana. Dana. Good morning, Tracy V. The unforgettable. Good morning. We're going to be just a little bit late for the morning prayer this morning. Erica requested that we wait for her to get here, so it's probably going to be right about 7:45. And I'm hoping she's coming because I forgot my Red Bull and she's bringing me one. I do apologize if I sound a little stuffed up. My allergies are bothering me. Tracy V. Good morning, Lisa Reed. Mary Bagwell, good morning. Jenny, good morning. Melanie, good morning. On the way, jam traffic. I thought the traffic was kind of mild this morning, but it depends on where you're coming from. Good morning, Sally. Good morning, Mindy.
Yeah, so I said to the girl from North for a guy from Scotland. And so I said, well, how long you been here?
James from Scotland, good morning. Thank you, Kathy. We are just one on the way. We'll be there. Good morning, sir. Morning.
Yeah, just like here for like 10 minutes.
Wicked Sykes, good morning. Strip G, yo, morning. Tony, good morning. Dylan, Joni says your white legs are blinding her.
I know, sorry. I get promotions for some talent.
Yes, she only got a new
I
sweatshirt.
did from Richie, the duck
From
guy.
Richie the Duck Guy.
Dylan, stay here, brother. Yeah. Come on, yeah, follow me. That's the answer, man. Yeah. What's going on, man? It's not right. Come on,
Okay, move over closer and I'll get it all. Okay.
Trying to get it.
We're taking pictures of us, taking pictures of them.
All right, you guys take a picture of them.
I'm taking pictures of them, taking pictures of us.
Red Rover.
Hey now.
We need to sprinkle some lemon up. Yeah,
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm live, guys.
Hey, what's going on?
Everybody wants to say good morning to Nathan. I think I'm out, buddy. All I got is the big ones, and you don't like them.
Hide it.
Yeah, Dylan says he's feeling about 85% this morning. He's getting better. Thank you. Good morning, Betty. Good morning to you. Mama Fire, good morning. Yes, good morning to my beautiful wife, Donna. Thank you, Mama Fire, for reminding me. Mama Firefly. Everybody is excited about this morning. Good morning, C-Star. GM, good morning. Good morning, Boston Brandy. Go to Bob. Hey now. Good morning. I'm live, just so you know. Good morning, sweetheart. How are you?
Good stuff. I'll be going in at 8:30.
Nice. We're BFFs.
Hey now. Everybody's BFFs with me.
Thursdays and Fridays. Yeah.
You might.
You want to be my BFF?
I do. I do.
I'm not going into the actual court case, thankfully, but I go to the media.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
DJ is here from.
It's been like my first time.
Oh, forgive me, everybody. I'm drawing a blank.
I told somebody. They think this is a really good. Oh.
It's calling all beings. I'm getting all the channels mixed up.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, so for like the public? Yeah. Yeah, he said he's there.
Excuse me one second. He might want to set up. You might want to check with the states before you set up here. Oh, you did?
Yeah, I checked.
Okay, all right. I just didn't want you to get all your stuff.
I know.
Usually they make you move everything over there. Yep. Can you change this side?
If I can get someone inside, he said as long as I'm not on that sidewalk, it's good.
Okay. Yeah. I just hate to have you set everything up and have him make you go over there. Thank you, Tracy V. It was on the tip of my tongue, but I didn't want to say the wrong thing.
Hey now.
Right. Good morning, Aaron Hack. Yes, Dylan is feeling better, he says. He says he's about 85%. Catherine, 26, good morning. Oh, that's great news, Brandy. That's great news. Very happy to hear that. The 11 of clubs. Sorry. Sorry, I had trouble reading that. Good morning to you. Yes, Dina, we wish you were here too, hon. You're much better at this than me, but we miss you. Aiken, good morning from Norway. Very good morning to you. Matthew Moore, good morning. This is pretty much all caught up. It's a little cool here, but the rain stopped. It's supposed to clear by 7 or 7:30. It looks like the sun is trying to peek out. All right, Erin, thank you for that. Kate, my name is Kurt. I'm the one speaking. Hey now. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, C Star. I appreciate it. I'm trying. Like I said, I learned from Dina, the best. Young Forever, good morning. Kate, good morning. Good morning. How are you, sweetheart? Nice to see
How you doing?
Doing good. You want to say hello? Resistant to silence and
Good morning, Resistance Society.
and
Remember,
also
they can't investigate themselves.
right. What a great sign. That's Jen Root. Good morning, Coco. MLS, good morning. We're all fired up, Junk Forever. Tracy V, yep, already going with the sirens. Riviera says it's pouring on the Cape. That Kate, Beth. It's funny when I heard the thunder and lightning, the rain last night. I thought to myself, Jen McCabe must have just woken up. Christine B, good morning from Medway. Seven 42. Hopefully, Erica is
Betty, what are you doing?
walking on her way down.
I would expect nothing less.
Yeah, standing S. Uh, Standing Stone 1776. Yes, we're allowed out in front till 8 a.m. At 8 a.m., they come and kick us out. We're allowed to hold our signs and wear all our shirts, free Karen Reed gear. And then at right around 7:55, we do our little parade up the street. Um, and then we have to go outside the buffer zone. Debbie L, good morning. Magic, good morning. Magic is asking, Jen O'Donnell has been around, not as much as last time, but we usually see her Monday nights at Dive Bar. Not every Monday, but you know, everybody's dealing with kids and everything. For Rio, good morning. Yeah, it's almost that time. Debbie L., it's going to be a beautiful day. Andy Moo says to Jen, make sure you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. We love that one.
Oh, no.
Michelle L., good morning. Yes, Erica is here. I can see her. She's just got her bag and stuff out of the car, out of the truck, whatever, and she's heading this way. So we'll be doing morning prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance very soon.
Good morning.
Yeah. You can't see the words though. I mean, if I stand.
I was gonna say, gotta get a different angle.
You want to get on my shoulders?
Sure.
Sure, baby.
Really good one. Awesome.
The last one went in the recycling, in case anybody wants to know.
Okay, someone's gonna find a big sign in there.
All right, everybody want to gather around? We're going to do the prayer, and Erica's just about here.
We wait
Wait,
for
what?
Brenda to get across.
Did Brenda go across the
Yeah,
street?
I did.
All right. All right.
Oh, yeah, I used to, I love it.
Thank you. Today's confused from mine.
More hours.
How are you?
Thank you.
Very
Thank you.
nice.
They stand up on there.
Ethan, let me get your picture.
Yes, sir.
How are you this morning, bud?
All right. How about yourself?
Good. Hanging in there.
You resistance the sun?
Yeah, I'm with them. My name's Kurt. Yeah, I've met you before. I met you at
Okay. Because
the last dinner you had having on the square.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that meal food, man. There was a lot of people.
Oh yeah, that was
Thank
a.
God, I was talking to people the entire time, and talking.
We're just waiting for Brenda to come back.
Hi. Sorry, I'm here. I'm in here.
Everybody's saying thank you so much, sweetheart,
For what?
for this.
Oh, you're very welcome.
My ray of sunshine. I left my morning Red Bull at the
See you in person.
refrigerator in the office at work, and I forgot to put it in my bag to come over here. Yes, everything's building. Everything's building. The crowd is building. I mean,
I love it. Supporting local businesses.
we're just waiting for Brenda is across the street.
He's blaming me. And where is he? So he goes, oh, you taking forever waiting on you. And yeah, real nice. Real nice. There she is.
Do you have your Yeah, we'll just do the regular.
What? My handheld? What? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, come on. Where were you? Where were you? And then she goes, oh, we're just waiting for her to give her a. I go, and he's yelling at me. No, I'm just. I said that. You probably saw it. Thank you so much. All right.
Ready when you are.
Yeah. All right, call over. We're gonna do the prayer, guys. Hey.
It's all right.
Can you crack that for me, buddy?
Sure.
Focus on sir.
Thank you.
There you go.
I got everyone's attention, guys.
There you go.
Yes.
I don't have a prayer special one written out today, so we'll just do the. My prayers have been answered. Hope the rest of them do.
Bringing in here this morning for this morning's prayer. We're going to say, Our Father, our Father,
Who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, it will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those trespass against us. Lead us not temptation, but deliver us.
Deliver us from evil.
Yeah. Be the flag of the United States of America and through the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll back up on the stream, guys, and say good morning to everybody. We're going to be doing the march, so
I know.
I got a couple more minutes. I'm going to come up here so you can just get an overview and see see how many people we have. Decent crowd. Everybody's in a great mood. Yeah, I had a prayer in mind for today, but I took a picture on my phone and I didn't write it out. I have to write it out by hand so that when I'm holding my phone, I can't read it off my phone. So I will try and get that one done for the next time I'm up. Yes, Neil T. Justice for John and Karen. Hopefully it's coming very soon. Erica is awesome. Yes, Mary, you are correct. Barry D, good morning. Deborah, good morning. Amen to you. Robin G. Neil T. Caitlin. Hey now. Good morning, Caitlin. Cheryl with an S. Good morning. Good morning, Beth. Things are pretty much caught up, except for the last two. Robin G. Standing Stones. I already got you, but good morning again a second time. Maria, good morning to you. Yeah, we're getting ready to do the march. A couple more new people.
No worries. Thank you. That's me. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm a Twitter and I'm in the group.
I took a picture of it.
Like, I out when you threw it out the window.
Good morning, Noodles. Thank you. Sending love. Thank you. Here's my Jilly Bean. How you doing this morning, sweetheart? Adam Lally pencil holder. What does that say? Adam Lally's resignation. That's right. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. I'm glad I can do it. Shona Lee, good morning. J Mac, good morning. How are you? Yeah, Trucker, good morning.
Make it quick. I need. I gotta leave. Right in the middle.
Okay, you ready?
Ready? Get right in the middle. Yeah. Yeah, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Free carry.
I use them.
We're really fun people, believe it or not.
We know. We know. They know how fun you are.
Gotta make it fun. Otherwise, you ask me things. Jen, I'd like to try to get one of us on the snow.
Good morning, ladies.
Everybody on the stairs. We're gonna do one more picture, Julie. One more picture. Oh my gosh, is it a selfie?
I'm telling you.
If you don't want to be in it, if you want to be in it, that's fine too. All right, come on.
We got about 4 minutes.
Don't see it.
It's all right. It's all right. You gonna get up there? No.
Look how tall I am.
Oh, yeah?
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Free carry. Free carry. Free carry. It's Julie. Free carry. Free carry. Woo! Hurry up. Hurry up.
Go easy. Go easy. Go easy. Go easy. Oh, sorry.
All right, let's go on the First Amendment. Let's go. Hey, well, the guy for First Amendment. That's good.
Dennis, First Amendment shuts off at 8.
Hey, I still get in trouble out of
It takes me like 20 minutes to calm down from the road rage.
Good morning, Keith from South Africa. Linda Dowling, yes, the Walk for Justice. Scott McGinnis is awesome. Yes, you are correct. Trying to get a jump so we can say hello to everybody.
Karen Reed.
Free camera.
Hey now.
Hey now. Hey now. Woo, woo. Free camera. All done.
Oh, straight. Hey, now. You know.
Hey now.
Until it goes to the road, it can all the way.
Sorry, I never came down to Father. I don't, because I left last second.
Good morning, sir. Morning.
Wow, this is really. I never seen here. The other side over it. So she's ready. Ready for the process.
Shit like that. We were talking about last night. And I say,
She's like, let's. I think I'm virus. Yeah, so I'm like going downstairs, grab some yogurt.
Morning, Kurt.
Good morning.
How are you?
You know Lucas?
Yeah.
Lucas
Lucas
Knight
Knight? Yeah, yes.
says
Yes.
you're awesome.
See him in chat all the time.
Yep. Says hello. Hey, Young, good morning.
We have people here from Alabama, Texas.
Yeah, yep. The woman from Alabama I've been talking to for a couple of weeks, trying to get her into a hotel and um, try to tell her where to stay and where not to stay.
Right. That's always a help.
Yeah, well, some of the
You travel and you don't know the area and you end up in the no-tell motel in the middle of it.
yeah, either that or some of the ones that have been run down with the whole illegal immigrant ish situation.
Oh, yeah.
But we won't get into that.
I thank Maura Healy for that. Like I said, that's politics. Well,
Yeah. Let me get your shirt, Bobby.
Just got it yesterday.
Hey now. Very nice.
nice.
That's funny because that's kind of just it's been out forever.
Yeah,
You know how those brands. I can't believe that. And my cousin told me I've seen it. That's forever. So that makes sense. So,
Yeah.
it's the attraction myself. Because I need dragging.
So you don't fall out the front door.
oh, God. Oh, look what I made last night.
Well, yeah, delicious. What's your name?
My daughter. So it's going to be
Easter Tobin, good morning. Justin, but good morning. Hey, buddy, what's happening? How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. I thought I recognized your beautiful wife.
Yeah.
I saw her before I saw you.
That's you did. You should.
Yeah.
You should. Shining star. Right.
Somehow that always happens. I don't know how it is.
The blur, the blob, the blur.
Hey, you said that, not me.
James Jackson is here.
Not 11:59, man. Yes, it was the day before. She's like, "What's your goal?"
He's like co-host on the show.
Oh, okay.
Do not fall in the puddle, buddy.
Do not fall in the puddle.
So go around here.
You'll get mud on those white ghost legs.
He's all dressed up. I wonder if he's going in the court.
Otherwise,
I don't know. We'll find out.
I said, well, he came over, he scrubbed me. He's like, I don't care.
Yeah, they're James from I guess he's on the JFK show. I guess he's down He's down by the buffer zone sign. Sometimes if I get over there too close, you know, there's just too many different people talking and you can't hear everybody. I don't know if it's annoying back home for you guys. Michelle W. Yes, Dylan is feeling much better, looks much better. He's always got a smile on, though. Good morning, Gary Titus. Hey, Young, Gary, I already got Aaron. Each bomb. Yeah, her bite does look different. Robin G's talking about Kathy O'Grady. Yeah, she makes some nice shirts. She makes a lot of shirts, and she can have them done very quickly. Good morning from Long Island, Barbara Decina. Each bomb. Good morning, Magic. Good morning, Chrissy. Good Magic. Lynn Karen, I don't believe I got that one yet. Good morning to you. Elise, good morning. I think I got everybody out there. I think we went back this far. If I missed you, I apologize. Allergies are killing me this morning. Luckily, it's one thing or another. I either get itchy eyes, stuffed up, or nonstop sneezing. And today, I'm not sneezing, and I don't have the itchy eyes, but I'm kind of stuffed up. A lot of first timers here today, so a lot of people are going to be excited to see Karen drive by for the first time. I'm going to go down and tell a couple of the girls. Well, the one girl, Heather, that I've been talking to online, I'm going to make sure she walks up with me so that when Karen slows down, she can get a good look without being jammed in with everybody else. Cheryl with an S. Yes, we'll get a picture, Cheryl. For sure. Tuesday, I believe Dina's doing the stream, but I will be here. Amy Bolger, good morning. Colleen Itchy Withers Horse Rescue, good morning to you. Is that my buddy?
How's it going?
Okay, good.
When Kurt started this, he wasn't sure what to do it. Now he's a celebrity, right? He's like, do you want to take over? No, I got it.
People ask for autograph and stuff.
Oh, they will be.
Online.
They will be. It's a famous saying. Hey now.
Good morning, LJ.
There you go.
Oh my
Kurt. I'll put it there
goodness.
for you.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Sidewalk. Sorry. Sidewalk.
Coming at you.
How's you, LJ?
How are you? You show them your shirt? Great shirt.
84. There you go.
You see LJ
Yeah,
there.
buddy.
No, he's great, isn't he? How are you? I love that. You doing well?
Yes. So.
Yeah, let's get it. I'm not gonna eat enough. So go on.
Well, this will be
Yeah.
nice later today. It's supposed to be on the same.
Oh, he does. Okay.
This rain's gonna be anyway.
Yeah, hopefully fingers crossed. Anyway, there we are.
Let's see. This small lady's gonna be.
Oh,
Let's see.
well, come see the ladies love you. The ladies love you.
Please, love you.
Ladies love you. You watch it 10 years. I'm hoping she's happy. Heartbreaker. Right there.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm supposed to say Borda to you.
Borda, Borda. Good morning, Borda.
Is that what it? Oh, is that what it means?
Borda,
That's how you spell it?
yeah. Can you say Borda? Yeah, that's how you do
But
it.
it's Borda.
Morning, Monday. Yeah,
It's
Borda.
pronounced Borda.
Borda.
Okay. Borda.
Borda. So,
Learn something new every morning, Mandy
Yeah.
Boo. Thank you for that.
Andy Moo. What a name.
Lisa Gomes, good morning. How are you today? Stacy, good morning.
Cheating, Stacy.
Beach Bum. I forget. I'm trying to keep up with everybody. Got to keep on rising. Good morning. Kelly R. Good morning from Central Coast, California.
Did you see the great on race? I am bizarre in the UK.
We have trash now.
Lucas Knight says the big guy in the black sweater looks like Brian Higgins from the back.
Is that a fat joke? Is that a fat joke?
It's a Higgins joke.
I'm trying. Be careful because we're live.
Yes, we are live.
About the lies.
Oh, okay.
Phone call.
Heather, if you want to walk down here with me, she slows down and she sees me because I'm usually the first one.
Okay.
If you want to stay here, that's
No,
fine.
no, I won't.
But it
Okay.
gets a little hectic here.
Yeah. No, that'd be great. Is it okay if I just leave the chair and paint or does he take it?
Yeah, leave that. But
I mean, I'm not worried about somebody taking it. I just
it's not going to be till 3:30 and 3:40.
Yeah.
And then it's the worst in the size.
All right.
Bobby knows too. All right. Did you get a sticker from LJ?
I did. I got it in my
Yeah.
pocket. I love it.
He's the best.
Yes.
LJ, did you make any new friends this morning? Did you? What time is school today?
See your shirt?
It's at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
See your shirt?
I did. Yep.
9 o'clock, so then 9 o'clock over.
When 9 o'clock's over, you get to stay home? Yeah. Wishful thinking.
Thomas Barry, good morning from Tennessee. Beach Bond. Yes, LJ is very handsome. He's a cute kid. Dory H, good morning. Yes, Lia McCabe, Devil Spawn is back on the stand today. We haven't seen any drones this morning. Not yet. Jen Fairbairn is asking a question from the Scotland guys. Why does Peggy hate Karen Reed so much? We believe she's been brainwashed by the other side. Good morning, Shay is mine. Good morning. Nice podcast. Stupid. Let's go. Have you seen Jen's broom fly by yet? Jen got to Peggy first. Keep that in mind. Yes. Kelly R says you don't need a stylist in an acting school if you're telling the truth, true story. That resistant to silence. Good morning to Jen McCabe's tooth. I don't think I've said hello to you yet. I think we're all caught up. Kay Young's the last. Uncle Polly, ha ha ha. Good morning.
Animal back up for a minute. And then like I said, 3 shows later.
We were Jen Fairbairn. We were outside the courthouse at 8 a.m. We're allowed to stay out up until 8 a.m. and then we have to move outside the buffer zone. So
Wednesday.
now we're outside the buffer zone. We're about 500 feet away from the. Hey now! That's the woman I've been doing the clean out at her house. Selling the house, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. She's moving down to Marshfield for the summer.
Nice.
Then hopefully Florida. Sherry D is reminding us that Karen has to feed her team. If anybody would like to make donations, there's a link there. If you look under Sherry D's last comment at 8:19, it has her PayPal and her Venmo. If you'd like to help feed the team, and you can also make donations to Karen's Defense Fund. Juju Bean, good morning from Louisville, Kentucky area. Good morning, Lucas Knight. Sherry D. Kevin's Waterfall, good morning. Good morning. How are you? I'm live. Do you want to be on? You want to say hello to anybody? Are you first timer? First timer for you?
No.
Okay. Go ahead, buddy. What's up? Do what?
Oh, he wants to take a picture.
Okay. You want to take a picture with me? Okay. I would love that, buddy. Yeah, I'm going to take my glasses off, okay? Neil, you want to hold this for a second? What do you got there? Does that say do it?
Hold it up, baby. Say cheese.
Cheese.
Like that.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
Okay. Do you want to see it? Okay, I'll show you.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh, okay.
Hello there. How you doing, sweetheart?
Yeah.
Good, good.
How's Donna?
Good. Everybody's good.
I'm glad.
Busy week. We leave next Thursday for vacation. So,
Nice picture, Clever.
yeah, it's very nice. I gotta get the cups.
You got to know people in high places. You know what I'm saying?
Is that for me? No. Did you make this? You made this too? Oh my goodness, you are so talented, LJ.
Bring him some cups too, okay? What do you want to do? We gotta walk around. We gotta pass up the stickers and everything. Is there anybody that didn't get some?
Am I the only one that got this?
So far, I think it's one other person.
I am on it, LJ. Thank you so much. I don't know if you guys can see, but it's got Alan Jackson's name on it, and it says "Do it." Actually, McNamara, good morning to you. Trevor 1313, good morning. M, good morning from Michigan. Oh, they're screaming back and forth from one end of the sidewalk to the other. The natives are restless this morning.
Rise up. So is Jen. Yeah. Yep, very sad.
My flags is falling over. Lucas, Dina is working this morning. Lately, she's only been able to do Tuesday mornings. I try and do Mondays. Dina does Tuesdays. Erica takes over after I leave. Good morning, Erin Day. Nicole Eldridge, good morning from the Cape. Good morning to you. She wants to say hi to her sister Kate. Good morning to you, Kate. Jay and Howard. Ideally, Nato is no longer talking to Jen McCabe because she never got wind of the ice cream truck. Story H says corruption capital of the world. We're not sure yet who's taking the stand after Satan's spawn this morning. We'll try and find out.
They're probably like, you know what? I'm not going to go to crazy. We're going to listen to you guys, you know.
He did, later. He's gonna call Dave. He's got it. Oh.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling they're gonna give Jen one hell of a day. I don't think they're gonna let her off easy today.
Yeah, I do like.
Don't go back on.
I do like talk.
Shop mom says, I hope AJ goes full torch mode this morning. Yeah, we all do. We all do. Lisa Judy, that would be Liz Judy, sorry. Do you think Kerry and Jen will get arrested after their testimony? Well, anybody else that perjures themselves should face the penalties of either a fine or going to jail. But for some reason, these people, can lie from one year's trial to the next, and there's nothing happens to them. Beep beep. Yes, the world is watching. 227. Oh, 1227 in New Zealand. Hey now. Anton Hemingway. Good morning. Shotman, untouchable is right. The corruption runs deep. Spanky's throne of lies. Good morning to you too. Juju Bean. Perjury up. Yep. Coco, shop mom. I think we got you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. LPH picks. Good morning. Amy Bolger. Good morning to you. Uncle Paulie. Good morning. M's for y'all. Good morning. Ellen T. Good morning. Are you serious? Good morning. Mark Blaine. Good morning. We're trying to expose the corruption. Cornette says, bring your Kleenex, Jen. Okay, the Mounties are here this morning. Beach Bum, if you go back to Sherry D's comment in the post, it has Karen's donor info, or maybe Sherry D can put it back up. Number 6116, we are in the buffer zone now. Earlier, we were out in front of the courthouse. HG, Simonia, JM got sworn in at 2:27. Yeah, very, very crazy. Yes, Kelly, whatever gets past Jen, Bev will cover up. It's disgusting, the corruption. You're absolutely right. Good morning. Polly Walnuts says good morning and thank you all for standing out. Thank you for tuning in and thank you for checking us out. Um, give a like to Resistant to Silence and Dylan's channel, The Alternate Corner. I don't know if you guys heard me, but James is here from JFK and DJ is here from Calling All Beings. So it's a star-studded morning. Karen should be here momentarily. It's usually right around this time, maybe 5 or 10 more minutes. All depends on traffic. Casey at bat, good morning to you. Vero Beach. Oh, yes, Coco, that's a great idea. We should hire an ice cream truck to drive by. Mandy Moose says she loves James. Cornette, after we leave the courthouse, we come to the corner of High Street and Bullard. I forget where it's. I think it's Bullard Road. You can't miss the crowd, and you won't be able to miss us when we all start walking back down here. Come early though. Come before 7. I recommend. That way there you get to do both. Yes, Herbie went banana, then split. Yeah, we've been saying that all along. Very calmly calls 911 and whispers, "There's a man in the snow." If your friend was a cop and you knew it, you would have been screaming, "Officer down, officer down." I would go down and say hello to James. Actually, I think he moved. Want a cookie? Do you want a cookie? All right. I actually think James might have walked down. Jen thinks she tells the truth because she stares at the jury and says that she tells the truth. Everybody that tells the truth has to announce that they're telling the truth.
This lady walks up to us.
Brian D. Yes, I got the cookies, but the young lady didn't want cookie for the dog. Dylan is here. I don't know where he is. Is Dylan down your end or is he on the other one?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dylan. I'll go down and see Dylan in a minute. Karen should be getting here any minute. So thank you. Yes, Herbie went. I will give her. I will give Karen an extra big wave for you. Coco, I will when I walk down. Yep. Or if he comes this way. Yep. Yep.
Coming in hot. Coming in hot.
Here she comes, everybody. Good morning, Karen. Herbie says hello. Herbie says to say hello. Herbie.
Good morning, Karen. I'm from Alabama. Oh, nice to meet you.
Hey now. There he is.
Love you guys. Stay strong. Go get them. Go get them. Thanks for being out here. We love you. We love you. Love you. Go get them. I get goosebumps.
You have a cookie? You have a milk bone? No. Okay.
Oh, shit, it's Each in the house.
Dylan, I can't think of who else wanted to say hello.
I haven't been downstairs.
What's on?
Nothing's wrong.
What's the first 12 of us? This is Derek from Chat.
From chat?
From Chat last year with the
Okay.
Scooby. People were the first one, remember him.
Okay.
Always talking like a dog.
Okay. Awesome.
Scooby-Doo! Happy Sean Stitches.
Me dog Steve.
Stitches.
I gotta go to work.
Yep, I'm right behind you. It's not too far. I forget who was asking for. How was that, Herbie?
Yes, I do actually. I got 6 crown.
Good morning, Leslie. Hey now. Good morning, Amanda. Jay and Hall, Captain Kurt. Hey now.
Lindsay came up from Texas, baby.
Herbie, I hope you got that. She said hello to you.
Tell him we're ready to give up and you're coming back.
Kimberly, good morning.
Come on over. Experience.
Okay. I
Hey now!
Hey now! Hey now! We can read.
I'll see you tomorrow, hon.
see ya.
I mean, Monday. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. We'll go have coffee. I forget what day it is.
Oh, you make them.
Ian Townley, thank you. Thank you for the kind words.
With the buffer zone.
Kay Wizzle, yes, we do too. We do too.
I'm so glad that I got to see you. I think you deserve that.
Good morning, Blackbird. Be well all. Thank you.
Yeah, I think they came out.
Yeah, thank you.
LJ, maybe we'll see you next week. See you Monday. You gonna come out to see us?
Hey, of course.
Cool.
We're gonna make some more things, right?
I can't wait to see
What's you leave the
Oh,
All right, bud.
cups, yeah.
I'll talk to you soon, buddy. Dylan's taking off. His ride is taking off. Dylan, it was Coco that wanted to say hello. Sorry, I couldn't remember who was asking to see Dylan. Menopause. Good greetings from Sydney, Australia. Free Karen Reed. Yes, good morning to you. I gotta see if Eric is gonna take over the stream because I have to go off to work pretty soon. Brian D, thank you for the kind words, Brian. We're trying to get it done, trying to help out. Good morning. How you doing today, buddy? You all set for water? You want water or soda or something? Good? All right. I'm still live right behind you guys. Dylan, it was Coco that wanted to say hello.
Hello, Coco.
Hello, Coco.
Coco Chanel. We're working on our calendar, people.
Itinerary.
Adventures with Dylan.
Hey now.
Good Monday night dive, boss.
Yep. Every Monday, bitch.
That's it.
No, we're
No. Well,
Rhonda Hinkley, good morning. Good morning to you.
I'm not gonna be here. There's some days I'm off too that I'm not here. So we're gonna.
Ruth Christie, good morning.
No, it's for me. That's why I want to talk to you about this because I want to figure out the details of how we're allowed.
William Eyelash, good morning. New to the chat. We don't know the reason. There's a lot of different theories, but some sort of a fight happened in that house. We believe the dog got aggressive when John and somebody got into a fight. We'd assume either the homeowner, but there's no way you can tell me otherwise that those aren't dog bites on John's arm. I did not, Marsha Leonard is asking if we found out what happened in court the other day with, I do not know. I'm usually just here in the morning, Marsha. Yes, Kimberly, she came through just about 5 or 6 minutes ago. If you back up on the stream, stopped right in front of us. It was very nice. I had Heather H from Alabama, first day here, and she got to stand next to me. Karen slowed down right in front of us, and the traffic had to stop her right in front of us, so she got to say hello.
Yes. And okay, all right, yeah, all right. Oh, I was gonna say, if you want to say you're driving a little bit, or if you want to go home for a little bit, if you want to come back,
Gitmo Holiday, yes. Taillights don't shatter outwards. 47 pieces over a 30-foot debris field without several bone fractures. Exactly. Exactly. I can't really get. Thank you, Neil T, for the kind words on the plow video. I appreciate it. Mimi, good morning from Las Vegas. How you doing, brother? Good morning.
See you, man.
You too.
Yeah, go on, eh? No, block sink.
Rhonda Hinckley, good morning. Good morning, Roseanne. Pam Murphy. Good morning from Lubec, Maine. Nobody is bothering Nathan, Robin. Tim put him in the truck to go home, and he usually barks when it's time to go home. Morrissey's iCloud, good morning.
Have a good day, darling.
You taking off? All right, we'll see you.
How are you? Hey, good thing. Good to see you. Hey, Bobby, how you doing? And
He was back here for the first time this year, so
yeah.
I love you guys.
Alexandria, good morning. All right, guys, we'll see you. I'll see you Monday. I'm not going tonight. I don't know if you're going to the Irish Brew. I gotta work all day and all night. I haven't slept, so. But you guys have fun.
All right, kiddo. We'll see you. Bobby died, Bob.
Well, Monday morning, right here.
Yeah. Give it out all that.
Nina, good morning from Florida.
Okay, hey.
Take care, sweetheart.
Have a great
You have a
day.
great day too. We'll see you soon.
See you
all right?
before vacation. You have an amazing vacation.
Okay, thank you, hon. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Just perhaps Bob. See this guy. And lock him up.
Ellen, you want your jacket?
I would say.
Thank you, Brian D.
Just tell me what to do.
Mandy Moo, thank you.
So that's a classic difference. That's
Later, Beach Bum. Yeah, I'm trying to get Erica, see if she wants to go on.
yeah. It's a challenge. So now, where you guys from? We're from Beckley. Oh, we got that.
How you doing, bro? You ready to take over?
Sure, I'm just going to grab a sign out of my car for Neil
Okay.
that I borrowed from him, and then I will walk back and turn on.
Okay.
Dylan, I'll be right back. I'm just walking my truck. Tim is right there, all right? I'm gonna grab this sign for him.
See you later.
I can't make it. I gotta work all day and all night.
Okay. Let's get soon.
Yeah, Monday.
I'm cool with that.
Watch yourself. Watch yourself. All right, go ahead. I got it for a couple more minutes. Erica needs a couple minutes to grab a sign for somebody.
Oh, I thought he was.
These ones I must. Thank you. You're welcome. You gonna say bye? Bye, buddies.
All right, look now.
This one is okay. Just that's not bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to move my truck out.
Like, get all the. I know she did
Heather,
That's right.
Heather, somebody says to tell you roll tide.
Tell me I said roll tide.
Threaded. I don't know. Do you know who that is?
I don't, but roll tide. And free Henry.
I'm trying to think of her. I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Threaded needle.
I didn't know.
That's her. The handle that she's going by.
All right. Look for Heather Honey on YouTube.
Alabama. Oh, Nelly.
Right.
Give Keith Jackson sorry.
Oh my. Thank you, Magic. Liz Swift. We don't know who's after Jen today. I hope they drill her. I hope they just roast her all day long. Pull a lally on her. Just ask her how many 20 million times what the weather's like.
No, I don't want to buy any illegal drugs.
Hey, we're live right behind you, Tim.
Good to see you. As well. What?
I'm live right
Oh
behind
my
you.
gosh. It's all good though. It's all good.
I know he was joking. Right in front of the cops.
That was funny. Are they all ready for Jen McCabe today?
Yes, they are. They're asking who's supposed to be on after Jen.
Don't know. Actually.
We don't know, but I'm hoping they spend a lot of time roasting her.
Okay, well, Jackson's got 2-3 hours.
Yeah.
Then it's gonna be redirect.
Yep.
Which has must probably spend a few hours trying to cleanse it all.
Yep.
Because when you lie, you've got to cleanse the lies
Right.
after it.
Right.
So it might be all day, maybe. I don't know.
Do you know who grew up dead?
No,
I'd like
that's
to
it.
know.
Pauline, Dylan Sweatshirt says Canton Fence. That is Rich the duck guy, duck daddy from
He gave
Canton.
me the shirt in there.
Turn around so we can see the back.
I know. If he's watching, I'd like one, please.
It's great.
Yes.
Buy it. I need
Yes, Rich. We need a couple more sweatshirts.
I know.
I'm a 2X.
I was gonna say 2X. That's Kurt's thing. I know that's Kurt's. Like Anthony's working on one for you.
Hey now.
Hey, now.
I have to put a couple in and get you one before you go. You like hoodies? We love hoodies. We're like such a hoodie family. Same.
Hey, for Pete,
Anthony too. He never wears
is
jackets.
there anyone in the chat saying there's one person said they don't like the hey nows? Fuck off. Hey now. Let's go.
Yeah. Well.
You love the hey
All right,
now.
you're out of here, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get situated
when
with
you're
him
set up.
right out front on the wall, and then I'll go live.
Okay.
I have the link.
Yeah. I still have time.
All right. I love you guys.
Be safe.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Absolutely. You have a good day.
Go with my
Have a good
boss.
weekend. Bye, guys. Love
I'll
y'all.
see you Monday.
All right. See you Monday.
I might talk to you before then.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Are you going tonight?
I can't. I gotta work a double today. I haven't slept.
You haven't slept, or you need to sleep? Well, you better.
I have an appointment and I have to go somewhere.
Be safe and get some sleep.
What's that? What's that? Thank you, Shop Mom. Yeah, I'm only going right around the corner. Somebody's asking where Erica's going, Magic. Normally they walk down to the other side of the buffer zone. Um, do I have two cookies or just one? I got two. Cookie. Can they have a milk bone?
Yes.
Can they have a milk bone?
Yeah.
You guys want a cookie? Can you sit?
No.
Can you sit? Okay, that was close.
Yeah.
Easy,
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
You guys have a great day. Have a great day.
You too.
They're lucky. Those are my last two milk bones. Yeah. I'm sorry, Magic. I was saying, Erica, they usually walk down the other end of the buffer zone, down where closer to the businesses. There's a little more going on down there as far as they can go to the coffee shop or go to the store or whatever. Um, we just congregate down this end first thing in the morning because we like to see when Karen comes through. Like to wish her a good morning and cheer her on. Yeah, trucker. It's Kurt. It's actually Curtis with a C, but I go by Kurt, Curtis, Captain Kurt, whatever you want. Good morning, Tracy Murray. Hey now. Yeah, Brian, we love our dogs. Good morning. Beach bum. Yes. Sherry D or Aaron, can you post the links for Karen's Venmo and the PayPal or whatever that you usually do every now and then? Lana says golden retrievers are my jam. Good morning, Dana. Again. Lovely Sarah just posted Karen's thank you, Robin G. Sassy bartender, what shall today bring? Hopefully, we'll get to see the evil side of Jen, except instead of this made up false persona that she's putting on. She hasn't snapped at anybody yet. I anticipate that happening today. The I don't. Yeah, the fundraiser. I'm not sure if it's a fundraiser. I mean, obviously we'll collect money for Karen. I won't be there, but I believe it's Irish Brewing Company on Morse Street in Norwood. I know a lot of the regulars going to be there. A lot of the boots on the ground. I believe Dylan's going to be there. I believe DJ from Calling All Beings, I believe, is going to be there. Lovely Sarah P. Good morning. Yes, thank you, Mecky, for putting that up. There she is. Krusty's smelly couch. Good morning. I love that name. I was calling it something else the other day. Rhonda says I sound like Dana. Rhonda Hinckley. Good morning to you. Maybe it's because I have my allergies. I sound like I have a little bit of a cold. Luby says good morning. I gotta pause this for a minute, guys. Hopefully Erica will be on soon.
And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something. I do. Thank you, Chrissy. Margaret, did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever. Tori.
The jury.
Don't worry. Thanks, Paul.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe? Whatever you want.
Please raise your right hand, please. I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
I can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing." And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, "Where are you?" And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think, in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Refresh your recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, to what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read, sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, "I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello," because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I, so there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So, can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time?
Ask the question again. Mr.
Sure.
Johnson.
That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call, there at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview, 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she
Miss-
asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you. Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Welcome.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered, yes.
Okay. Then you spoke at the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone, I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury.
about? Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers, but yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I don't
you.
remember this. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me, and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
May I approach?
Yes.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Brennan what page you're at.
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh your, I just have to do this for the record, would it refresh your recollection to look at your transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. if you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. We've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done? Finished? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying, Your Honor. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that moment, at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed at any time. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th, by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, No. Come to my house and pick me up, and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that.
You also told,
I'd like to be seen on it.
Okay, can we come to side that, please?
may I?
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th, when it was freshest in your mind?
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect.
Objection.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like, and you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description, to take a look at his notes?
Object to the phrase.
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay, I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat, you and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked for identification.
All right.
Asked to approach.
Sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay. Thank you. It's the one from the 29th. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point, just tell me what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a Looks like a group chat with me and my sister Nicole. Or no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister Nicole.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
It's a big case for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took
I-
the document
I-
away from you, I apologize.
It's okay, I didn't know.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have an extra copy so she has one and you have
I'll
one,
just leave
Mr.
that one.
Jackson?
I've got an extra copy for myself, I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or does that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute, please?
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him, I probably should have, but before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wilk, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on, or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last four digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it is.
That's Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Wilk, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole.
To whom?
To me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole?
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister? And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got a copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar?
It is, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Ms.
I,
McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand her this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake, Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay,
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay, and does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
If you could just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore
February
the top
1st,
one. The
yeah.
top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Right. Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Byrne?
Please.
Okay. So, yes, that can come into evidence.
48.
Can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to using the estate.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
If you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yeah.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall?
sorry. CF McCarthy's, yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened, so Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
and also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us, who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell them that the guy never came in the house.
Yes.
This is in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you?
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's O-N-G, but
Yeah.
it meant to be O-M-G, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for, oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who is this text from and who is it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who is this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked, so.
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end. If she fights, it will be an episode.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say, what did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
Yeah, earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handing of the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry, not Michael
sorry.
Proctor, Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote, you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
Of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says?
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book, so he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I move for instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely, disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline.
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went, correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him?
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report?
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave, and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us, and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours?
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from...
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. Mm-hmm. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter, off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure, show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Take your time. Mr. Brennan is just going to review that document. I have no problem with that. Thank you. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back to you.
Thank you.
For identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Gracie.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right, so I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
Yeah.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCabe?
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
at 12:19 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4. Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th?
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date, I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 5:36, and this page is 5:40.
Yes.
Okay, take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Link's.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022, and
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously?
Yes.
Much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Mike Lank's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs.
Okay.
And due to the weather.
Right. Taking a look at page 9.
Yes.
Do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes, I believe it's the same one.
Okay. The same address on
As
Oakdale?
Mike Lank.
Okay. And what's the time? What's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do, yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mm-hmm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day, yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area?
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe
assume.
to say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running?
Yes.
Heat had to be on full blast?
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear?
Yes.
Because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did, yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand, it wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stayed there for 4 to 6 minutes?
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
But now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not, this isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted
Mhm.
portion. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
And all of
again,
you-
I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
you-
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
My
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence? 5:12 in the evening.
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes, we'll see you back. And Ms. McCabe, again, if you just go.
Right this way, jurors.
Well, I don't know. When growing up, it was like. Hey, can you hear me? Say hi. You guys want to say hi to Resistant to Silence? We're live. Well, it's delayed, but hi. Yeah, it's a little delayed. See, there you are. Say hi to Resistant. Hi. Live. Can you go turn that down so I can't hear my own voice? Please. I hate hearing my own voice on the TV that we have on out here when I walk by. It's terrible. But how is everybody? I don't know if I can see the chat. Oh, there it is. First break, I think. Thank you. So how is everybody today? You guys enjoying Jen McCabe? We had ourselves a little morning down here, but not my business to tell, but it was a little 30-second crap we're getting from the cops and, you know, just some shit, but another day, another drama. Just walking the streets because I'm a street walker. I said, you guys give me something to talk about. I don't know what to say. I can talk all day if I'm not on the spot. Then I'm on the spot. I'm like, don't talk to me. I don't want to be seen. It's kind of dreary down here today. We have somebody here from Alabama and Texas. And the woman from Alabama came up here specifically just for this. Not work, not vacay, nothing else. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. I love when other people, other states, I mean, it isn't everybody's problem, but it's pretty cool when people come up here to support. You know?
Then you have the federal grand jury.
The more the better.
Then you have trial one.
Let me see. I don't know if the chat's working, but let me turn this around. Say hi, guys. It's Tim. Oh, I gotta turn this around for a second. See the traffic. I like to walk in traffic sometimes. It's fun. Just kidding. Hi, Coffee Girl. All right, so the chat is working then. That's the first chat I saw.
They can't quote the federal grand jury.
Scott.
No. You know, that's
Say
frustrating.
hi.
Hey, good
We're
morning.
live.
Hi.
Hey. Hey. Good morning.
All right.
Just in time for break. It's break time.
Got some travelers here today.
Yeah. Love it.
Alabama, Texas.
Yeah. Alabama and Texas. I was so excited to see. Little G. I think I would sit in my car with it running for 45 minutes in the freezing cold. I've done that before. It's not freezing down here.
Hi. It's a good spot. Mom and Dad Heather from Alabama. Hey, I'm from Alabama. Nice to meet you.
This one's from Alabama.
This is my sister Wendy. I'm from Texas, but everyone said you don't sound like you're from Texas. No?
And do any of you care if you're on a live or not?
Oh.
Okay. All right. All right. Just remember, yeah, it's alternate corner and resistance to silence. So we're on a break. You're from Mississippi? Oh my God! Hi, welcome. Can I?
Well, I was here this morning.
Yeah.
So.
I don't get here till 10 on the weekdays because my kids' school doesn't open till 9. But
I went back to
yeah.
museum but I was here this morning.
Yeah, isn't it so beautiful in the morning when they do there's a lot more people in the morning. They do the Pledge of Allegiance, the prayer, and everything.
Yes,
and
that was amazing.
It's just nice, but yeah. Who's this? We got someone. The license plate said caddy. Hi, good morning. Oh, you trying to get by? Sidewalk. Oh, you gotta stay over there. Never mind. So what's going on in chat world? Who's in here? I know, I love accents too. Aren't they awesome? I can't see. Who's in here? Anybody?
Talk to me. Tell me. Ah, look who's here. It's James. Hi. You made it in? Looking all dapper. Look at you. Look so handsome. Hi, good morning. Good afternoon almost. How is it in there, huh?
It's pretty good. Yeah, brother.
We're just live right now. I'm resistant. Yeah. Say hi.
What station's that?
Resistant to silence and alternate corner with Dylan, yeah.
Where's that big?
Straight down there to the left.
Right, yeah. If you go
Yeah.
across the street. No. It's on this side. It's next door, right on your left. How would we have breakfast? No. Right before you get to the intersection, it'll be right on your left.
There's a piano there. Look for a piano. It's a nice little surprise. James Jackson. He's a sweetheart. He looks so handsome in his tie. But, yeah, he gets to sit in the court today with Jennifer. So it's exciting for him. I wonder who else is in there. I logged on late, so I didn't even get to see, but I'm assuming the regular players. Where's Jack? Is Jack in there today? In the courthouse?
I don't think so, but I'm not positive. I know James Jackson.
Yeah, he's going down to the bakery.
I haven't really been looking close up at who's sitting behind Karen.
Yeah.
Who's actually in there today.
Well, I didn't even see, like, Paul or anything. Is he in there? Is he, like, second row today or anything? I gotta look. I'll have to rewind.
Paulo keeps still in timeout in the second row.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
He should be.
He's been crotch blocked.
Good. I'm like traumatized. A whole year I had to look at his crotch.
He was doing some stupid stuff yesterday, so Bev made him go in the back row. So he can't be up front and gross with Karen and me.
Lewd. Was that the Glera? Nuda Glera. Let's see. Let's go back to the comments. Keep it fit first. Is Turtle Boy allowed in the courthouse anymore, Karen? Yeah, he is. He's Did Turtle Boy get picked this week? I'm not sure. I just know he has his son or something. Oh, he did not? Oh.
Tim got picked.
Oh, he did? So next week it's Tim and Jess Machado. Oh, sorry. Sidewalk.
And Grant got picked.
Oh, Grant did? Oh, because Jess is there. Oh, okay. So, sorry, Grant. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
I mean, I tried to be nice, but...
Is there really neat being nice to him?
So we're just on the morning break. We're not on lunch, right? Hi, Team Acasio. Carrie's now her personal shish. Scott, Rhonda said hi. Where's Scott? He's down there. Go back a minute. Let's turn it around so I don't have to see my own mug. How do I do it? Let's see. We'll look at some man legs. Oh, puppies! I love puppies. Even if you have an old dog, I'm going to call it a puppy. Because I'm just like a little kid. I'm like, yay, puppies! What? Yeah, I was talking about your legs. I said, hey, some man legs. Little chicken leg. Chicken leg. Best behavior we are on.
We're all behaving.
Yes, we are all behaving here. Yes. What's up with everyone's weekend plans? Anybody got any weekend plans? Anybody going anywhere? There is a thing in Norwood tonight. I forget the name of the place, but DJ from Calling All Beans is going to be there with Boston Beer, and I think we're going to head down there. A bunch of people are supposed to go. I saw a couple videos of Mike Crawford from the Young Jerks dancing last night. It looks like he was having a good time. I heard it was a good time out in Peabody there. It's kind of far from me, but I hope everyone had fun. It looked like a good time. I don't know. I usually get so excited when I see someone just, people just having a good time. Makes me happy. You know what I mean? I like to see people enjoying life. I mean, we have so much stress every single day. I think that's why I like dogs so much. Because because even if you mean to them 5 minutes later, they look in your face. They're like, we love you, we love you. Oh, man. Let's see. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. It's free. If it's free, I'll take 3. You were watching Jen's nose. I know. Can you believe that timeline? Oh, my God. And I love how Jen can't remember anything, right? She can't remember exact things. She just wants to read everything. She's just, you know. I just hope these jurors are smart enough to see through it. You can only hope, right? Hope and pray. But, say, no, I'm just going for a walk. Thank you. Just at the post office now. Right. I love looking at Scott's truck, like when you're walking out. Hold on, let me try to go back turn it around. His signs are nice and clean. They're just like to the point. Says everything that we want. And of course the American flag, but yeah, so I just love it. The video's frozen. Oh no, I'm sorry. Let me walk back towards some Wi-Fi. See if it unfreezes. I'm frozen! Help! Somebody thaw me out.
Okay, so that.
I see it. I'm frozen up there. How do I get unfrozen?
Probably lagging right now.
Should I shut?
Yes, I would shut the Wi-Fi off. Don't use the Wi-Fi.
Alright. I'm back. Great. No pressure. Put your back. Ma'am, are you sedated? Oh my God, imagine if he asked that. Bev would have been like, knock it off. I would have loved that. Oh my God. So I just saw a comment that said, is that the pup that was missing? But I don't know what you're talking about. But my daughter's best friend's puppy was missing for about a week. And they just found it this morning. I was so happy for her. Because after that long, you kind of, I don't know, they had drones out looking for her and everything. But they found her this morning. Her name's Bailey, and I'm so happy for them. It's so heartbreaking. It's like your family, you know, your animal. You see it every day, you feed it every day, clean up after it every day, and then all of a sudden, just the whole house is different when someone's missing, you know. But I'm happy that she's home. Yeah. It was such good news. I was like, oh my God, my daughter texted me first thing in school. She was like, they found Bailey. I was like, I was scared. I was like, do you want me to go out? I'll go in the woods and look for her. But they said they already had drones out and stuff. And I guess her aunt had seen her. Like there was a sighting yesterday or the day before. So I'm happy they found her. What town, Brandy? So she lives in Whitman. But the dog, where she lives, it's kind of on like the Bridgewater line or the East Bridgewater. Sorry, I'm not from Bridgewater, so I don't know the difference between Bridgewater and East Bridgewater, but it's like right on the line, kind of. And they got woods back there and everything, so they thought she could have went either way. I still don't know where she was found. I haven't talked to my daughter yet again, but I was just happy that they were found. She was found.
So I've watched a lot of TV. Being retired.
What's up? Anybody got any more jokes for me? Tell me some jokes, some dad jokes. I feel like Timothy Nuttall, like, ooh, what do I do? Pulling on my collar. I know, I was crying, Lisa. I was like, this is awful. Like, I don't know. I cry over the stupidest shit, though. Another one was found. Oh, that's good. So, do I know who typically runs the fundraiser events? So, there's different ones all the time. I guess everybody puts them on. Like, I don't know. It depends on your area. Depends on where you live. I mean, anyone can really do one, I guess. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know how to answer that question. I know, like, I think Deanna Colby does some. I don't know. I'll ask Boston Bia later. She gets all the deets. Or you know who would know? Tina. I'm sorry. Tina would know. But I just go to them. I just spend my money. I just buy things. I don't usually just ask questions. I'm just like, here, take my money. I want that. But there is one tonight. So if you want to come. Did you see how the governor and AG are doing the investigation to state police training? No, I saw something this morning that said that there was change to the Mass State Police. There's been no change. The only thing they did is take out the box and exercise training. I don't see any change. Sorry, I'm still live. Do you want me to mute it? You guys want to watch the traffic for a second? It's so fun. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry, hi guys. Still here. You're just eating a cannoli, so I didn't want to be on camera. You know what I mean? Look at them. They're so cute. They're so good. Yum. No, I don't want one. Eat it. No, you. You gotta go back in though, don't you? It'll be late. All right, I'll hold it for you. I got a cannoli. Do you want?
Freaking read.
Yeah.
Go. Give it to Ross. We'll eat it.
Yeah, he might. Is it?
Good.
Is it? Yeah. So surreal being in there with Jen, huh?
She's just like.
She doesn't remember anything.
I remember.
Yeah.
It was so funny. We could do this all day saying hi.
I know. Yeah.
Good.
You want cannoli?
No, thank you.
No, yeah, no. We both just had coffee and hot chocolate. I know. Love James. I know. He's the best, huh?
James, what's the juror's reaction in there?
What's the reaction?
Well, I mean, when she's lying?
I know. Doesn't he look so good?
With her on this, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to. They're keeping a good poker face.
The jury is?
Yeah.
Are they taking notes?
Yeah.
Taking notes.
Anybody shaking their head like unbelievable? No. I feel like if they do that, they'll get kicked off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I would show no emotion if I was a juror. Yeah.
I'm learning as I go.
Yeah.
So who's in there today with her?
Just like the families in there, Kelly, Esther's in there.
Regulars. Yeah. Up behind you.
Mostly
Yeah, so she's from Texas. She's from Alabama. Yeah, isn't that cool? Oh, you were there this morning. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I need a picture.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah, get
the thing tonight.
You want Good. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go. Because I'm not gonna go back to Boston.
Yeah.
And then come back up here. It took me like an hour and a half.
Where are you coming from?
Yeah, we'll go in too, so let us know. Text me. I'll check my messages. Up behind you. Don't back up.
Is it? Oh, that thing's on.
Oh, let me hold on a minute, guys. Yeah, you can wear pink. Yeah, yeah.
Jen have a brown, Jen have a brown blazer on? No, she's wearing the blue. Oh, all right, that wasn't her then. That wasn't her then.
Who's in? Is Jen's in blue again today, right? Yeah. I feel like some cops are just. That's nice. Oh, please, who is James? James is on he has his own show, Beach Bum. It's called JFK Show Off and James Jackson. They have their own YouTube show. Yeah, Beach Bum said, please, who is James? Shop dress man. James cohort with JFK. Yeah.
JFK, where you at?
Yeah, JFK, Justice for the Kids. Look them up on YouTube.
Yeah, Fuckery Donuts.
Yep.
Officially open. What time is it?
Fuckery Donuts. Yeah, you gotta get in. It's 11:30.
Oh, yeah, I gotta get back.
Get in there. Get in there. Good luck. Yeah, text me after. All right. He's sweet. Gotta get back in. He said he's in there with like Esty and Nathan, the family and stuff. Brought me a chair too. Nice little experience being actually in the courthouse. I got to go in last year. Was it last year or was it this year? I forget. It was when Dr. Russell was here, and I got to meet Dr. Russell. Well, I came out of the bathroom and it was like Attorney Little and Dr. Russell. And it was like, oh my God, they're standing right in front of me. Like I was just like shell shocked because they're just such smart individuals. Like I envy them. I genuinely appreciate everything they're doing. You know what I mean? So it was nice to see them in the flesh and just be able to say hello. So it's different when you go in the courthouse. It's I don't know. I can't really explain it. If you don't ever have to be in there, don't go in. That's all. Like, you don't want to be in there unless you have to. You know what I mean? I mean, if this wasn't as big as it was and it wasn't an everybody problem, I wouldn't have gone in. You know what I mean? But Marie Russell is so impressive, Frosty. She is. I think she's pretty much iconic. I mean, she was the first female police officer here in Malden, and she just accomplished so much in her lifetime. You know what I mean? Never took extra. Like, I just think she really loves learning. Like Robert Alessi, like just really enjoys education. Like I do too, but I just wish I enjoyed it when I was younger. You know what I mean? I feel like the system's kind of backwards. I feel like kids should be able to just play and not be stuck in school all day and stuck behind these four walls, and they should get out and enjoy nature and just live life as much as they can, and then as you get older and you really want to learn about the world, I don't know, I just feel like I would pay more attention to things now. Like if you want to teach me anything right now, like I'm fully focused, teach me. I want to learn about anything and everything. Back then you couldn't. Oh my God, I was like, just get me home, I want to go to bed. But I mean, I want to go to bed now too, don't get me wrong. I think I prefer to learn while I'm in bed. Like, can you bring the schooling just to my lap right here with snacks things? Alessi is brilliant. Oh, and I got to meet his daughter too. Oh my God, she's a sweetheart. She's beautiful. Her and her boyfriend or fiance, I don't know what they are, but great people. Just the family's great. Oh my goodness. I know. What's up with this break? Kind of long, huh? I know. They make me regret my school commitments too, Lisa. I do it all the time. I actually had to enroll back into school a year and a half ago. I took some criminal justice classes online through a university out of Connecticut because I was going through some shit at the Canton Court with my oldest daughter and corruption. So, trouble with a judge.
Are we able to go in and watch the trial?
You can't go into the courtroom, no. No, it's just you have to be an immediate family or a guest invited in. Huh? Free Karen, yes, thank you, yes. It's almost lunchtime. God bless you. Yes. Oh, a couple of people just stopped asking if they could go into the courthouse and watch the thing. And then they said free Karen. But no, I wish we could go in. Unfortunately, we can't. 80 degrees in Georgia, huh? Woo woo! You like the beeps? Oops, let me go over here. I know Monday will be what? Jen's fourth day testimony if she has to go? Wednesday, Friday. Oh, that'll be a third day.
Only 2 days. She
Yeah,
started on
2
Tuesday.
full days. 2 full days so
Two
far.
full days, okay.
Well, she started on Tuesday, and then they started like fast on Wednesday, and then she came back today. And
So
I don't know
that's
if she
3.
comes back on Monday.
Yeah, if they don't finish today, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, it depends on if they have a half day or not. Well, typically Fridays are half days anyways. And yesterday, the only reason why I didn't have court yesterday because it was some kind of law holiday for I don't know what law. Well, I don't know if they have made up law holiday for posting or anything. That was new to me.
They are? Oh, good.
But I can't imagine. Well, I could imagine them having us 2.5. But then technically 3.5 days of doing a course.
Should I do the hokey pokey? Turn myself around.
I want her done by lunch so I can see her.
Yeah. What's going on? Anyone got some inside scoop?
I know so far. I think oh no, so then
Yeah. They were laughing a lot. They shouldn't even be all in there. Like, what the hell? That's not fair. To be harassing and intimidated while you're on the. Define fair, please. Dungeon. North Carolina. I've never been there. I want to go there. I heard the Carolinas nice. Hi. Oh yeah, we're live. So. Yeah. See you. It's just it's delayed. You guys. Whoops. Whoops. I was like, get over here. You take over. No,
I'm leaving. I
you
gotta
can't
leave.
leave. You can't
I gotta
leave.
leave. I gotta go.
Are you going tonight? Yeah. All right. Let's see then. All right. Bye. Yeah, it's delayed on the TV. But, you gotta get a T-shirt. There's plenty of people that have them. Yeah. I wish I didn't wear my T-shirt because now I can't walk down there. But whatever. Say hi, Scott. Ooh, ooh, yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. You take off too? All right. I'll see you later. All right.
See you later. Nice to see you.
All right. Be safe. Got some peeps leaving. They're all leaving me. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna cry. Don't leave me. Hi, Dennis. Come save me. Hi, Brenda. I miss you. I'm giving you a hug right now. Drive safe. I love watching you guys in the morning, Dennis, with your big group pictures and stuff. Love it. So what's up? Tell me some stories, guys. Who do you think is going to be next after Jen? Does anybody know? Is it set in stone yet, or are they just winging it? Are they winging it? I feel like Jen, the other witnesses that are afraid to testify, that were possibly trying to back out too. I think maybe like being as controlling as she is, she's probably like, I'll do it. I'll go first. Put me up there at the top of the list. If I can get through it, anyone can. You know what I mean? I feel like she's the most anticipated witness besides like Albert and Higgins, but I don't know. Just speculating. I really can't be inside Jen McCabe's head because that would make me a psychopath too. Clayton. I know. I want to see Carrie again. I wish we could all ask her a question. Just get up there randomly, the public. Answer to us. We each get one question.
It's a long morning break.
Right? It feels like a lunch break. Look at this. New FKR. Yeah. Oh yeah, the jury.
Yeah.
What?
How many people?
I don't know. How do you see?
Yeah, it's different than.
Yeah, is yours different?
Because you're running the app. It doesn't show you the count.
Yeah. It doesn't. Should tell Ross. Ross, go on and tell me how many people are in here. How many people are in here? How many folks? Dennis, you think they're gonna forget about her? I hope to God they don't. But you're right, they could. Because there's so many goddamn witnesses. And if they really don't know anything about the case, she's just another name. Some soccer mom who lies to the feds because she didn't brush her teeth. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I hadn't brushed my teeth, so when I don't brush my teeth, sometimes I say I'm Nicole. Idiot. Hi Jimmy. Hi Daffodil. Frosty. I know. You know what? The jury tried to ask a question last time at the end when they were deliberating, and Judge Bev was like, nope, they got the information they have. That's it. Shut up. So fair, right? So fair. Does that say meats with a smoker? I don't know what that says. What does that say? Hi, LPH Picks. Yeah, tonight is Erica's daughter's prom.
Yeah,
How exciting! Oh my god, that's gonna be so exciting. Just to like see your kid all dressed up, and it's just a big night. I'm excited for her. She'll probably have fun. I hope she has fun. I hope she stays safe and takes wild and crazy pictures.
No, but all the courts.
What's everybody else saying? Anyone got any inside scoop of why this break is so long?
11 a.m. break, 1 to 2 lunch. They're all pretty much lunch.
Everybody's talking about lunch now. I'm getting hungry. What are you guys eating for lunch? Anything good? Give me some ideas. I don't know what I want. When I don't know what I want, I always end up at
the Grateful Diner.
the Grateful Diner.
BLT's are good. They have avocado BLTs.
Really? Every time I'm hungry and I don't know what I want, I end up getting Hornstra friggin' shakes, like a coffee frap. I'm like, I don't know what I want. I'm gonna get a coffee frap and just friggin' eat unhealthy and fill up on ice cream.
Oh, that works.
Oh my god! I used to not like ice cream for years, like throughout my whole my whole adulthood, and then the last year or two, I'm like, that's all I want now is ice cream. I never even wanted it ever, like even pregnant, nothing. Just even in the summer, I don't know, I was drinking ice cream, and now I'm like, okay, I want it every day, like at lunchtime. I don't know why. Florida. Oh, we got Britt Happens coming up tomorrow. Britt Happens. She's coming up from Florida tomorrow, so she'll be here. I heard she's coming to the standout on Sunday, and possibly I think Monday Night Dive. I don't know. I could have just dreamt that. It could be someone else too. There's a lot of people coming up, so I could be mixing up names. So don't believe what I'm saying. I don't know, and I'm sorry. But I don't know. Jimmy, your mom is a legend, just in case you were unaware. I don't know Jimmy's mom. But she's a legend. She's a legend. Oh, my hair's frizzing. Oh, you got some cannolis too? Yeah. I was telling him that we got they're like triangle like cannoli chips with the cannoli dip. And like I sit there and I eat the whole thing. Yeah. And I'm like, don't get this for me because I won't share. I won't. And my kids come up, I'm like, I hide them. I'm like, I'm so bad. But yes, I am a mom and I will take kids candy. So I'm sorry, but I am that girl. No, I won't take their candy. I don't like candy, but I will take their cookies. I'll steal cookies from my kids.
A lot of parents do it.
I know. We have to. You gotta keep us happy.
I remember like keeping track of how many sports I went to because it was like 100.
Oh, Daffodil is Jimmy's mom? Oh, okay.
Especially way out west.
Hi.
North Adams.
Yeah, it is Katie. It's a very extra long break. Yeah, you didn't miss nothing. We never know with Beth. We never know with this trial. There's never anything that goes right, goes according to plan. Nothing like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, somebody was talking about the Mass State Police earlier. I didn't hear much about it, but all I saw was the quick little news clip or whatever that said, changes to Mass State Police, which I didn't see it because I try not to watch the mainstream. And also, they just left. There's been, what the fuck is that guy doing? Why is he on the curb? We're just driving on the curbs. Yeah, what changed? Does anyone know? Were there any changes? Can you tell me? Because besides, they removed that exercise, I don't know. I don't believe that there were any changes. But also, I could be wrong again. I could be lying to you again twice in one live stream. It's just because I don't know. This is me unintentionally lying like Carrie Roberts. I don't know if that's the same, but... Oh, hold it horizontally. Sorry. Wait. Right. Hold on. Like this? That's better, right? Have I been upside down this whole effing time? Yes, Coco, I love it. Evan Brennan are making a plan. They definitely. It's not. Bev isn't a judge. She's not the judge. She's part of the prosecution. She is. She's her and Lally and McLaughlin and Brennan. I mean, come on. If you don't think they're all talking behind the scenes, then I don't know. I guess I could tell you Santa's on his way. I don't know.
Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good, very good. Good morning.
Oops, sorry.
Georgia hat?
No, Green Bay Packers.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right. They're pretty close. They look a lot.
Oh, look at this. Ready? Can you guys see this thing? Can you see it? I don't know if you can see it.
I know, so I can see the show. I got
I
shorts on.
don't know what it is. What are these things called?
I saw 78 this morning. I know. What the fuck happened? I don't know. Like, I got me. Like,
This is Boston Brandy. Brandy. Yeah.
Where's she from?
She's from Boston.
Oh, hence the name. I didn't know that.
What's your name?
Dedham Dave.
Dedham Dave. Nice to meet you, Dedham
Who we
Dave.
talking to?
So this is Resistant to Silence channel.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and the alternate corner with Dylan. We're live.
I'm going to adjust the camera. There you
No,
go.
I don't like looking at me.
Oh, you just put the glasses up. She should take her glasses off, right? Yeah.
No, that's why I put my glasses and my hat on.
Look at those
so you
eyes.
can't see me.
No. Look, glasses off, hat off. I said no glasses, no hat tomorrow.
All right, maybe tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow definitely. Because it's Saturday. I'm not going to.
Now you're complaining about it being too hot. What the fuck?
I won't be here tomorrow.
You better be. That's what we do.
Hey, can you make this so it doesn't
What do you want me to do?
make it tighter?
What's loose? Oh, that part.
Mhm.
No, I think you just got to turn this little thing here. Right?
Yeah.
To tighten that thing.
Yeah. All right, that's it. Don't do it too tight. I'll never get it undone.
You're not going to get it.
No, he
You
puts
don't
like
need
the
it undone.
pickle jar so tight and stuff. No, don't put it too tight.
Yeah, you just get off stick.
I can't. Don't do it too tight. Just enough that it won't wiggle. I think they might have taken freaking. They're gonna take 2 lunch breaks today. When ever she says it's a full day, it's never a full day. All right, let me see. Yeah, let's. Pee Wee Herman. Oh my God, Pee Wee Herman. Dad, I'm a whack job, right, Dennis? Sorry. Ross, did you step on the brake? Okay. Oh, let's see. Look at the data. Sitting over. All right, guys, I'm gonna sit you down right here for a second. Make it tighter. You know what? Sally! Oh, you saw me on TikTok. I don't know what I was doing. What did I make? I don't know what I put on TikTok yesterday. Can we get this party started? I wish, Keith. I wish. Can we? Yes. I'll yell it. I don't know if she can hear me, but. What do you call a small mother? I don't know. What do you call a small mother? What do you call it? Tell me. Tell me what you call it. What do you call it? I like it. We call dad jokes. You got any? Large Marge's sister? Is a small mother. Small mother. Yeah. Oh, okay. Because large Marge ate her sister at birth, and she's large Marge. Oh. Okay. Which way from the east way? Huh? How long is this facing up? I don't know. Oh my God, it seems like it's gone on an hour. It's been a long one. They gotta come back and they go to lunch. Yeah, they're gonna go straight to lunch. Okay, it was literally almost an hour. Oh, is Paul being rehomed again? Is he? Is Joe Boy in prison now? No, he's not. Thank God. Oh, because there's still charges pending against him, and he almost got his bail revoked. Was it yesterday or the day before? Just for saying that, just voicing his opinion about people he doesn't like. Yeah, guess what? Free speech. That's why I'm saying freedom of speech. You shouldn't be penalized. You can't be thrown in jail just because you don't like someone and you say you don't give a shit if they die in a fire. If they're trying to ruin your life, that's your opinion. You can't be throwing me in jail just because I don't like the guy and I don't care if he dies. Huh? No, they don't. He doesn't start fires. I'm asking you, do you like starting fires? I've never started a fire. Oh, really? What do you mean, oh, really? Are you starting with me right now? Get out of here. I'll punch the shit out of you. I'll kick your ass. Get out of here. Oh. Your ex-girlfriend's in prison? Oh. Oh, Jesus. Because they said that no, I don't like stuff. Yeah, right. I don't do any of the above. No. Nope, not at all. What, you like to start fires? This guy right here is telling me he likes to start fires, and I don't know. This is Dedham Dave. I don't know. Well then, I'm gonna go over here where there's no fires. Is there a fire? Put it out. Help me. Please. Help me. I don't want to start fires. I don't want to talk to people who start fires. Fucking Lauren and Tim leave me here. Alone. Erica. Get out here. Get back here. Does anybody know this Dedham Dave that starts fires? Or can I, walk away from him without feeling bad? I don't know if he's somebody's, uncle. I don't know. But my goddamn father was a firefighter. I can't be talking to fire starters. What the hell? Get out of town. Keep going. Thank you. Bye. Next. My plates literally say firefighter memorial on them. Oh, they're back.
So, jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed, so it took a while, but we appreciate your patience.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Exhibits M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records, or?
No, not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking, okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls,
All
yes.
right. I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call? Time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again,
right.
You're being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone
Make
calls.
it easy.
Excuse me?
I only object in form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then I'll just.
I'm being told that there's no objection
Fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I appreciate
Is that
that.
the nature of the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
I don't, am I looking at the second one or the,
May I approach you? Ron?
Yes.
wait, this one? Yes.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m., do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th.
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there.
Yes.
In your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly.
Yes.
In the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include, those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Proctor, Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please. Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
my
this has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one? Thanks.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between...
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50, 50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone?
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID. Or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it.
Well, how often make phone calls? Okay.
Every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages.
Mhm.
Phone, right?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose a person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
If that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls, is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed, is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, it generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call. I'm sorry, for 7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about?
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry,
What
okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone at
Yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened.
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall off the top of my
You certainly
head.
recall that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask you
And those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record, you have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally?
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
And every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I need a quick minute to find a record that I did not make a reaction. That's fine. Can we take a brief recess, about 5 minutes?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar. We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen. and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of the column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
Counsel at sidebar. Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrite record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
It's at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to her reading the record.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay. Now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Haas Long to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes, after we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of How Long to Die in the Cold. Haas Long to Die in Cold, How Long T.I. Die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve,
Is
yes.
that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it? Or no?
Yes. Mhm.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
So in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. All right, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us she had sent Carrie off.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Miss Roberts several times about this case.
Yes.
And about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Ms. McCabe,
need... It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though?
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 420.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure I could, could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts. Correct?
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Can you pause this? Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. Can you pause it, please? Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer, possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 1049? This will be from 1049 to 1155, Mr. Wolk. Pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wilt, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it. Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between
I
and
was.
among you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed?
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High-intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend"?
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a
friend"?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John?
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you
wanted
didn't say,
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer?
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no, do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No.
None of you were first responders?
No.
None of you were trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
Correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You were staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either?
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McCabe?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked with 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those two very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break?
Your Honor, I have two more questions.
Okay.
And I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep.
They weren't coming outside, were they?
Because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, luncheon break. Let's take 40, 45. Follow up on my.
Jurors, please follow me.
Yeah, I understand this.
And how long is it?
Tonight, I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive, and the world, I'm turning inside out. Yeah. I'm floating around in ecstasy, so good time, having a good time. I'm a shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. I'm burning through the sky, yeah. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man out of you. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. If you wanna have a good time, just give me a call. Don't stop me now. 'Cause I'm having a good time. Don't stop me now. Yes, I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop at all. Yeah. Mars on a collision course. I am a satellite. I'm out of control. I'm a sex machine ready to reload. Like an atom bomb about to explode. I'm burning through the sky, yeah. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic woman of you. Don't stop me, don't stop me, don't stop me. Hey, hey, hey! Don't stop me, don't stop me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Don't stop me, don't stop me. Have a good time, good time. Don't stop me, don't stop me. Supersonic man out of you. Stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. If you wanna have a good time, just give me a call. Don't stop me now. I'm having a good time. Don't stop me. Yes, I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop at all. messages keep getting clearer. Radio's on and I'm moving round the place. I check my look in the mirror. Wanna change my clothes, my hair, my face, and I ain't getting nowhere. I'm just living in a dump like this. There's something happening somewhere. Baby, I just know this. You can't start a fire. You can't start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. There's a joke, yes, a wine, it's on me. I shake this world off my shoulders. Come on, baby, the laughs on me. Stay on the streets of this town, and they'll be carving you up alright. You say you gotta stay hungry. Hey, baby, I'm just a fast star in the night. I'm dying for some action. I'm sick of sitting around here trying to write this book. I need a love reaction. Come on, baby, give me just one look. We can't start a fire, sitting around crying over a broken heart. This gun's for hire, even if we're just dancing in the dark.
Johnny singing oldies goldies. Babalula, baby, what I say. Here comes Johnny singing, I got a woman down in the tunnel trying to make it pay. He got the action, he got the motion. Oh yeah, the boy can play. Dedication, devotion, turning all the nighttime into the day. Do the song about a sweet loving woman. Do the song about the night. Really do the walk of life. Yeah, you do the walk of life. Here comes Johnny, gonna tell you the story. Hand me now my walking shoes. Here comes Johnny with the power and the glory. Backbeat, the talking blues. He got the action, he got the motion. And the boy can play. The dedication, devotion, it's turning all the nighttime into the day. The song about a sweet loving woman. They do the song about the night. Then they do the walk of life. Yeah, you do the walk of life. Here comes Johnny singing oldies goldies. Be Babalula, baby, what I say. Here comes Johnny singing, I got a woman down in the tunnel trying to make it pay. He got the action, he got the motion. Oh yeah, the boy can play. The dedication, devotion, and turning all the nighttime into the day. And after all the violence and double talk, it's just a song ain't only trouble and the strife. You do the walk, yeah, you do the walk of life. You do the walk of life.
Big wheels keep on turning, carry me home.
What's up, guys? What's going on? Is anybody in here? Can you guys hear me? What I'm going on? Hi, Sarah. Hi, guys. Good afternoon. Sorry for like the random, what is it called? Little show here, but we're doing it. So there we go. I'm just trying to get this to fucking sit still for a second. Hold on. I want to fix my hair before I get out. Hi, Dana. So, how many people do we have watching? I can't check my lap. Actually, I can check my laptop at the same time. Look at my new dock. Look at it. I'm so proud. Look how big it is. And then I got this. And then look at this. Do you guys have a sticker of Julie Nagel as I'm the baby? Wait, there it goes. I'm the baby. Oy. How do I do it? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Look at her. Anywho, this is like a new thing. Like, we've never done this before. So funny, but I am just getting back to Charlestown, my humble abode. We left court a little early because, so today's my daughter's prom, her senior prom, which I had all intentions on leaving court early anyways. So, this morning, Dylan decided to stay with us instead of going home or like catching a ride home with the lovely Sweeneys. And I said, oh, and he needed to do a little food shopping, so I told him I could take him home. We were literally like I think we were bagging the groceries, and he was like, my mom's gonna be so mad we didn't record this. And I felt so guilty. I'm like, shit, we should have. But I think court was on anyway, so it didn't matter. But anywho, I was in the buffer zone. Regular morning, we did prayer, we did the Pledge of Allegiance, all that fun stuff. Well, all that good stuff. And hello? And we did all that fun stuff. And, we walked down to the Bullitt Street buffer zone to see Karen in. We saw Karen in. And then we walked back. And honestly, we were sitting on the wall, which honestly, like, some of the cops will let you get away with. They're really cool like that. So, but most of us were in the buffer zone. There really wasn't a huge crowd today. It was kind of shitty out this morning. It was really cold. There was a huge crowd this morning. We had a huge early morning crowd, which was great because that's what matters. That's what Karen needs to see going in there. And then, people have to break for work and life. And that's the other thing, too. We cannot forget that life exists. Like, people should not be getting so wrapped up in this that they're letting things fall by the wayside, whether it be, anything. So, I've always been very mindful of that, or tried to be anyways. So, we're sitting there on the wall just shooting the shit, me, Dylan, Tima, trying to work on Dylan's thank you, Magic. Trying to work on Dylan's schedule for while he's here. We're trying to like organize some things. Like I'm thinking somebody had mentioned it late last year, but I think I'm gonna try to plan like a family day at Canopy Lake, and we can get the back and rent. Like you don't even have to rent it; they give it to you if you buy so many tickets. You can do like a big group thing. So anyways, like long story long, we were just planning some stuff for him. You know, like I want to take him. He wants to Plymouth Rock, like Maine. You know, try to do stuff like that with him. Anywho, I walked away from the boys to go use the restroom. Hi, Scotty.
Hello.
I'm just telling them
Are
what
you
happened.
telling your story? I didn't know if
Yeah.
anybody was on here.
No, I just got to the good stuff. So hold on. So we're standing there just shooting the shit on the wall, and I had to use the restroom. So I got up and the dead end pop. It was a young kid. I got to the corner. I walked past them and I walked into the deeds building like we always do in the side door. Use the restroom, come back. Not even, I probably wasn't even 5 minutes, not even. I come back up to the corner of where you drive into the deeds to park. And the 3 bike cops, state police bike cops, got off of their bikes, surrounded me, told me that I was not free to move, and that that I'm going to be charged with trespass or something like that. He said trespass, like trespass in the buffer zone or something like that, because it was weird. I was very fucking surreal. He goes, don't worry, like it's on body camera. And I said, yes, it is. And I said, don't you fucking worry. I know it is. So, anyways,
So Hardman's not here today. So who's their
I know.
supervisor?
I know. Not only that, but I think this dude was trying to be Mr. Big Balls or something. I'm not sure. But like, I went to like take a step and he
Was it a
fucking,
sergeant in place of Hardman?
they have no name tags on Scott. That's what pissed me off. I couldn't even fucking tell their names. So, no, listen.
Well, the
So,
13 guys on the bikes or the cat team guys in uniform?
it was the 3 guys on the bikes.
Yeah, they're
It's
kind
any,
of not in uniform.
I texted me, if you can ask one of the girls or to ask Marianne to get their fucking names, I need their names. I'm gonna call the barrack. I tried to call the barracks, and you know what they do? They fucking bounce you around. It's a joke. I literally said to the last cop that I spoke to, I said, listen, this isn't your fault. I said, and I know you're probably just a guy doing your job. I said, this is fucking laughable, and I know you people are laughing in our fucking faces. Because I called there to see who I could talk to see if I could get their names and get the how I could go about getting the body camera footage. So the guy goes, let me transfer you to Framingham. Transfers me to Framingham. The guy in Framingham has no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. He said, let
Yeah,
me
well,
transfer
I
you.
mean,
He goes, let me transfer. And I don't care. Like but I'm just saying, like, this sweatshirt is not part of that. It has words on it.
yeah, well, that's kind of the vagueness of the buffer zone rules, right?
No,
Any demonstration in the buffer zone? I don't know.
Scott, I have worn this sweatshirt all like 10 fucking times. The only time they give me a hard time is with the free Karen Reed sweatshirt and then the green Freed sweatshirt that I have. And then I wear this one because it's not part of it. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's
And you
kind of
know,
still derogatory toward DA Morrissey's office, but anyway.
fuck them. Fuck them. I don't care. My point being is it's words on a fucking hoodie. And again, I've worn it a bunch of times and they've never said anything. So I don't know if he was just trying to be he's like, you've been warned. I said, I've been warned. I was like, no, the fuck I haven't. What are you talking about? And he's like, we have it on body camera. And I was like, yeah, I know you fucking do. I was like, he said, yesterday you were walking through here with a sign. I said, the sign was pointing down and in, tucked under my arm. I had my sweatshirt lifted up and I was walking to my car to fucking go home. I said, cut the shit. I
Yeah,
said, you're
and
not
that
going to
was the Turtle Boy sign. It didn't even say Karen Reed.
I understand that, and that's my fucking point. I said, so don't even try that bullshit with me. You're not gonna fucking use yesterday as a warning. That's bullshit. Scott, they surrounded me. He would not let me walk. He literally stopped me from walking when I tried to take a step. And he goes, no, wait a minute. He goes, you're gonna be charged with this, and this. like blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, I walked to the bathroom and back. I'm not demonstrating. I didn't say anything. I said, it's really, and I turned around, I go, it's really fucking weird that words on a hoodie, offend you that bad. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, obviously, we think this whole buffer zone is
Yeah.
BS,
No,
anyways. But
it is BS,
you're
but they
walking
had no,
through. You're not actually demonstrating.
beach bum. No, they
You know.
literally, they blocked me from leaving. Yeah, literally. Yeah, they literally surrounded me in the buffer zone. Yeah, so you know what I did? I went back and I took off my hoodie. I had a Turtle Boy shirt on. So you know what I did? I took that off and I walked to my car in my sports bra. So fuck them all.
Yeah, because normally it's Hardman's uniformed cat team guys that interact with us.
That's my point though. Hardman
These
has
ladies
seen
that are
me.
on the bicycles are part of the CERT team or various officers. They don't usually directly interact with us.
Well, that's my thing, right? Honest to God, Hardman has seen me in this fucking hoodie. I can't tell you how many times, Scott.
Yeah. Makes you wonder if that would have happened if Hardman was working today.
I don't think it would have. I don't think it would have.
Yeah.
And not only that, like our crowd had already kind of like, thinned out a little bit. There's three spots to stand. So where we were, like there was a group of people. But like, are you fucking kidding me? It was just, here's the thing, Scott. It was how they surrounded me. It was so unnecessary. I wasn't aggressive. I wasn't being rude. To surround me and not let me walk.
Yeah. I don't know. That's what I mean. I haven't seen the stadies on bikes that aggressive. It's usually
Exactly.
the uniformed community action team guys under Hardman that are doing the
Yeah.
talking to us, you know?
Exactly. So stupid. How is it down there? You guys good? Oh, hey, what's up?
Brandy and a bunch of people took off,
Oh, yeah. It's getting late.
and
I
then some
know.
people went to lunch. I'm literally the only person down here on the East End.
Yeah, did Laura. I'll text you when I'm done, Val.
Yeah.
Laura and, hold on one second.
Yeah, I'm just sticking around because kind of
Yeah,
just
no.
sitting out here watching
Yeah.
it on the glare, and then I'm
Did,
gonna go to the event later. So.
Yeah, did Karen's team come out for lunch?
I was up there at the buffer zone line with my sign. Sometimes it's hard to tell if she's like looking over here or not, because
Right,
it's just them
exactly.
coming out as a team, just trying to get into the into the limo.
Right. Yeah. Well, I thank you, Scotty. Like Lisa said, thank you for holding things down out there. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean it's a nice day down here now, and I'm
Yeah,
not
I gotta give
leaving town.
my kid's getting her hair. She got her nails done. She's getting her hair done. I gotta go pick up her boutonniere and her fucking
Prom night, yeah.
corsage. Oh yeah.
Hold on.
Oh yeah. No, Magic. They threatened me with arrest. Literally, they threatened to arrest me. They said they were going to charge me. The way they said it, I like feel like I'm gonna get a charge in the mail. It was weird the way he said it to me. But then he said something about arresting me. I was like, bitch, I'm going home. Fuck you.
You know, even though Bao technically was the only one arrested down here, he's probably gonna, skip going to court. He'll have a default. But
Yeah, I'll
if he
probably
went to
fucking get a
court
warrant.
and he goes in front of a judge, like, what is the DA actually charging Bao with?
Right, exactly.
Is the buffer zone a violation of mass general law?
No.
What are they going to charge somebody with? Actually, really, I don't see how a judge's order of a improvised buffer zone is a violation of mass general laws of any statute whatsoever. I don't know how they would ever prosecute it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, Jen Root had it in her bag today. I wish I read it, but I'm going to go read it again. But I'm telling you right now, I understand. But like, if I went home right now, if I go upstairs right now and make a fucking t-shirt that says, fuck the Mass State Police, or Mass State Police is ran by
As
prick
always,
shows.
I have to keep muting down
That's
here
okay.
for
I get
every
it. I get
fire
it.
truck and ambulance.
That's all right. I get it. But I'm saying to the people, like, if I go home and make a shirt that says "fuck the Mass State Police" or "fuck DA Morrissey," like, are they going to arrest me? That's fucking crazy. That's fucking
No,
crazy.
this is why this buffer zone is such a joke, because obviously
It is.
it's
It
free
gives them
Karen Reed.
like,
It's 80% women and doggies. It's not a real demonstration. It's not like Antifa or something.
I told people I could see the highway
You know,
from my house. Look at, see, that's the highway. That's Boston, baby.
and you know, and they're gonna surround you because you have a shirt saying there's corruption in Norfolk County is ridiculous. Because
Yeah, I'm
if
like,
real protesters were down here, Antifa and those people they fly in from Seattle,
right.
where they're like, you know, walking up and down the street, you know, F the police and they're throwing shit. And,
Exactly.
you know what I mean? That's a
That's what I'm
real
saying.
demonstration.
That's what I'm saying. They act like we're fucking. Is she back on the stand? It's live?
Could be.
Oh, all right. We'll put that back on then.
No, it's not quite 2:00 yet, is it?
No, they're on lunch right now. My father-in-law's behind. That's what it is. I just walked in
No,
the house.
I mean, what?
Here, everybody, say hi to my dog. That's Gunner.
Yeah, lunch is 1 to 2.
And then, hold on.
Oh, I got DJ and Beatrice to sign the sign.
Oh, awesome! There we go. Who is it, DJ, and who did you say?
DJ from Calling All Beings and his partner on the show now, Beatrice.
Oh, I love Beatrice. Yeah, she's a hot shit.
Yeah. So I'm like, hell, since you're here, I got to get you to sign the sign.
Absolutely. So, Marianne took a picture of me. I'll post it later for people that are friends with me on Facebook. But this is the hood. Oh, motherfucker. Let's see if I can get it. Trying to. All right. This is the hoodie I'm wearing. Okay. And then, hold on, let me empty my pockets. This is the t-shirt. So again, it's like I'm gonna have to read the specifications of the buffer zone, but I'm sorry, it's just
Well, were you here
fucking
yesterday when
bullshit.
the woman showed up with the all the signs over her shoulder and on her hat and everything? Did you see that?
No, but is that the woman that told us she was gonna put a spell on the courthouse?
Well, she was protesting trans. I know this is controversial. She's protesting transgenders in the public schools. So her protest signs had nothing to do with Free Karen Reed. And
So
I'm
is this
standing up
another
here. I'm
idiot just
standing
trying?
up here at
Yeah.
the buffer zone line, and I told her you can't go into the buffer zone.
Was this just another fucking idiot that like was trying to embarrass us and make our movement about something it's not?
I don't know if she was purposely trying to infiltrate Free Karen Reed.
No, I don't think she's trying to
She
infiltrate.
just
But like those
decided it was a good time to come down here and protest amongst us, I guess.
Yeah, weird. Yeah, people are just fucking weird.
But she walked right past us into the buffer zone. She got all the way to the corner of the Registry of Deeds where the paddy wagons usually park.
Yeah.
And they quickly intercepted her and walked her all the way back here. And we're like, hey, we told you can't demonstrate down there.
So
regardless of what you're demonstrating about,
yeah,
they're not going to allow you any signage.
Hey guys, I feel like I dead ass, like I'm not like even exaggerating. I feel like I'm gonna get like a fucking charge in the mail or something. And then like he says, like, here's my thing is like it was like them surrounding me and not letting me walk. That fucking freaked me out for a bit because and you want to know what I did say to him, Scotty? I go, you're so lucky. It's my kid's fucking prom night. You are so fucking lucky.
I know. I saw you. You were getting a little heated.
I would not ever disappoint my kid like that, ever, 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 ever. And she's proud of
Well,
me. And she's proud of this
oddly enough,
movement.
I think if Hardman was on duty today, it
I'm
probably wouldn't
telling
have
you.
gone down like that.
Scott, it would have never fucking happened. I had my head
Yeah.
down. I wasn't even filming. I literally had like my hands in my pockets and like was walking right back to you guys. I wasn't congregating. I wasn't fucking and that's what I always say. We call ourselves supporters, right? Because we're not fucking protesters. We're not flipping cars. We're not throwing fire bombs into people's houses. Like we're not ruining small businesses. We're not looting, right? We're fucking
No.
supporters. We're there to support. We're there to show that you know, that we fucking are, you know, out there for a reason and because we're outraged. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. But again, like
Well,
to say
I
to
mean,
me, you're
we
gonna
know
catch
this
a charge. This is
this
your warning. Like what?
this whole buffer zone is all about the optics. It just looks
That's
bad
it.
for
If
Morrissey and the court
well,
system.
that's why like I called. So on my ride home, because I have about like a 40-minute like so I took Dylan to a thing. I went back to his house, helped, you know, just did a couple things with him, and then I drove home and like I was like, you know what, fuck it. Like let me try to call one of the barracks and see who I can talk to because I want to get their fucking names. And obviously it's like the only 3 bike cops that were working, you know what I'm saying? But like to stand there and to like block me in. And then like I literally went to take a step and they like jumped like I was going to get aggressive or something. It was so fucking crazy. He's like,
Part of it. I think that you got so many state police and Dedham police down here every day for 2 trials now. Like they start to get a little antsy and bored, I guess. I don't know.
yeah, I'm so nervous. I'm just nervous for us because I feel like they're like getting away with so much and they're fucking like, you know what I'm saying? Like they're just like, it's like they're laughing in our faces.
I mean, I bag my sign and come from the 400-foot line all the way down here, so I'm walking 600 feet through the buffer zone.
Yeah.
They've never bothered me,
Sorry,
you know.
Daffy Dill. I just get annoyed. But I'm over it. Like, I really am over it. These people are obnoxious. Yeah, Colleen, I'm like literally, I wouldn't be surprised because well, when I was like, you're just mad because it's like up to my fucking shoulder. Like, I can't. Napoleon syndrome or some shit. But,
yeah, and when those stadies are on the bikes, they have kind of like a tactical short sleeve shirt, short type uniform. It's not a regular state police uniform, so they don't have like a name tag necessarily on them. But even when I wore a tactical uniform, I still had an embroidered name tag.
Yeah, they had
But they got the safety vets over them or something. But I mean, if you demand to have them identify themselves, they're supposed to.
Yeah, I
Name and
honestly
badge
didn't
number.
even get that far out, but I honestly just I want to find a way to request the body camera footage. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would like to do. Is get that. They do think they're tough. It's so annoying, and it really was little man syndrome, no lie.
Yeah. All right. Well, I just wanted to check in. I didn't know what was going on here during the lunch break, so I went backstage, and then you were on there already.
Yeah. No, I know.
So
I
somebody
told
popped me up.
you can. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, Naomi. I have to figure it out. I called and he's like, "What do you want to do?" And I was like, "I want to FOIA the video footage." And he's like, "Oh, I can transfer you to somebody to do that." And then he's like, "Can you call me back?" I said, "I got transferred to you, sir." I go, "You know what? This is a fucking joke." I said, "This line's being recorded, right?" He goes, "Yeah." I go, "Yous are all a fucking joke." I said, "I know it's not your fault personally." I said, "But yous are like laughing in our fucking
Karen and
face."
her team are coming back in the courthouse right now. They
Oh,
just
there
got
they
dropped
go.
off.
Here we go. Text my girl.
Yeah, they don't. By the time they exit the court, get a ride to wherever they are going to have lunch and come back, they don't have a lot of time. Maybe a half hour. That's why in trial 1 they ended up, renting the church rectory building just to make it more convenient. AJ's
I know.
having a good day. He's getting under Jen's skin.
I know. That's why I want to make sure we get back on there.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Um.
All right.
Well, yeah. Listen, guys, we will catch up, and I'll hop back on in a little bit if I have to. Um. Yep. Exactly. She's up getting her hair done now, so she got her
Yeah.
nails done. We did the tanning last night and everything else, and then we'll be yeah. All right. Well, I will I'll
You
catch
gotta
up
do
with
the
you guys.
prom pictures and all that stuff, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. We're just gonna like some people are coming here to take pictures and then
Yeah.
like family and stuff like that. And then they're gonna go to a place in Medford. It's like the Medford Boat Club or something. They're all the classmates are meeting over there and they're gonna take like a senior class picture and then they're all gonna leave from there together.
No, Janet and Bill Reed are going up the court steps now.
They're the best.
All right. Well, I wish your daughter a good time on her prom.
Thanks, Lovey. I love you
Take lots
guys
of
and be
pictures.
safe. Thank you. Be safe out there. And I will I'll check back in later if I have to hop on, I will. I love you all. Have a great weekend. Happy Friday. Keep your eye out for some fun shit that we're gonna be doing with Dylan too. All right. Love y'all.
Bye.
All right, so
Bye.
council's 10 minutes late.
Everybody.
I just, as I was walking out here, was told that the Commonwealth needs to see me. Oh, hold on, Miss Reed's not here. All right, so council wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them. And I've given previous notice to the defense they've would like different content in than I would. And I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in.
That's a new one. The other one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not really objective argument, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking that it be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 clips, 13 and clip 15.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point, too.
Then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
Okay,
doctrine.
I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Miss Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
Court is in session, please be seated.
We bring Ms. McCabe in, please. Jurors, I know I said it was a 45-minute lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when we don't have much time left. Ms. McCabe, please. All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like, it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement?
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection. I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Brennan.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever, once, refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection.
The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection.
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Brady, please.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27 the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind, of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection.
Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Were you of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home, and you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
Do you remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No, no.
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you were asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by?
Yes.
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement?
Yes.
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes.
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview.
Yes.
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
No, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and we,
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lang's house?
Yes.
And you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yes.
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone, yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute. You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
Next question, Mr. Bloom.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him. Because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days?
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
Oh, this has to be really brief?
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da.
All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. and this would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks. Sorry.
All right, number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
I don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 52257, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48, 12922 at 844. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160, this is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
Objection. I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Mayor.
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Objections noted. Next question.
You need to approach on this particular text.
Come to sideline. Oh, sorry.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
This number's, I won't read it, but this number on top, whose number is that?
That is 9.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerry?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you. You were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you. 12922 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 12922. From you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 12922. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Ms. Roberts, 2:14:15, 12922. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2:14:56 on 12922? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Number 208 or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 12922, 34206. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 43340, 12922. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about...
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
$213. This is on 12922 at 43820. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 12922, 44038. I have been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 44038 at 12922?
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement?
Yes.
And the days that follow?
Yes.
I'm going to move to 12922, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
at 2:89. Is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 2:92,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine, so she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. She turned to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure?
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07, was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
And just a few minutes later, number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
$761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248?
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a two-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
May I stand with the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
Okay. I have spent the a.m. trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy, and she was.
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
Mm-hmm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is? It's calling you?
That's my sister.
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again? they're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago?
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more. In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that. Wait. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There's an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes, side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes.
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom?
Yes.
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop, and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
The text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you, and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message, with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not, correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Chris Albert, Julie. I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Now, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
I'd like to play a couple of clips, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 3-4 Fairview. So who are you with? I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
Your Honor, we need to see the court before this one's played.
All right, hold that, please.
Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Remain standing, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007. And have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first-level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement, Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchased the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations, serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
turn your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. It's the 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center, is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher, so we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now, that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population. We use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers, where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range, and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable, linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing, it's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury? The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour. And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right. Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And at this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay.
nobody's late today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures?
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab?
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab, is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure, and it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
All right, Ms. Giannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame we were looking
And
at.
I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay, thank you. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Giannetti, I think everybody appreciates it. So. All right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good weekend. And I will see counsel at sidebar.